4th 2021, just gone 12 o'clock AM UK. 2021, just gone 12 o'clock AM. Warfare. Second. Don't change yet.
And make straight paths for your feet, so that which is lame may not be dislocated, but rather be healed. Follow after peace with all men, and the sanctification without which no man will see the Lord. Looking carefully, lest there be any man who falls short of the grace of God, lest any root of bitterness springing up trouble you, and many be defiled by it. Lest there be any sexually immoral person, or profane person, like Esau, who sold his birthright for one meal. For you know that even when he afterward desired to inherit the blessing, he was rejected. For he found no place for a change of mind, though he sought it diligently with tears. For you have not come to a mountain that might be touched, and that burned with fire, and to blackness, darkness, storm, the sound of a trumpet, and the voice of words, which those who heard it begged that not one more word should be spoken to them. For they could not stand that which was committed. If even an animal touches the mountain, it shall be stood. And so full was the appearance that Moses said, I am terrified and trembling. But you have come to Mount Zion, and to the city of the living God, 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 and to the city of the living God.
at the corner. Got a hymn book somewhere. I follow him in faith. Glory to God on high. I think I remember that more. It's glory to God on high. I think this is also a good one. God loved us, so he sent his son. Jesus, you are just never Jesus. I found that. Some of the words I don't remember. Let us all press on. Let's have a look. Which ones I might remember? He sent his son. These are old hymns. Hail all ye nations. Some of these songs I used to sing all the time growing up. Rejoice, the Lord is King. Yea, us, O great Jehovah. Come, ye children of Lord. So Jehovah. They're quicker than I used to sing this one. Yeah, they sing it quicker. I used to sing it. Singing praises. Singing praises. By soprano. I used to sing soprano many years ago, mind you. Sing soprano, sing soprano. Wow. Excuse me. Right, let's just say some data here. Sing. Sing Hosanna, sing Hosanna, sing Hosanna to his name. Goodness me, I'm out of practice. Yeah, they're seeing the effects on the earth. Very strange stuff going on. Anyway, point being is I was going to... I got some survival things, but the rest fell. Yeah, I wanted to see the chat, what's going on. Oh, I've got to watch my data though. Let's check my data. The weather's going cold. Civil liberties are in crisis worldwide. It's not just in England going on. Manchester conference tomorrow, by the way. Civil liberties are holding an event. I don't know if it's Big Brother Watch. I think they're holding an event. 2 to 4 up in Manchester. Conservative UK Conference is holding their annual event up in Manchester in England. There's a lot of uncertainties going on.
Julia? Yeah, Nena. There's an alliance this online, and I think it's international. I can't give you the link because I did not save it. But
I cannot share anything like that on this platform. Right, for now, I'm going to just close that data down and I'll record this. Just keep a note of the time, and hopefully half an hour this new thing will be done. Right. Sing Hosanna, sing Hosanna. I've got these tape recordings of the King James Bible version that my late mum had. The collection is quite large actually, I'm only getting through half of it, and it's audio scriptures. It's meant to be the original King James Bible version actually. Life is a TIA. And my head is killing me because it's a hot and coldness. Oh, I've got to get a herbal tea. I get to sleep. The frequencies of this weather, now that's what I want to check. I've got to turn this on. Yeah, the volcano is still going off. In Spain. Sing praise to him, let's have a look. Glory to God on high. I don't know if I just played that, but that's a really good one, I remember. Yeah, they got the science of traumatization and torturing the victim. This is a book. I think there was cold air. I think that's causing this strange. Science of victim selection, chapter 1. The mnemonic mind control programming is named mnemonic programming because of the mnemonic butterfly. The mnemonic butterfly learns where it was born, its roots. Bear with in mind this is a mnemonic program. So they put me in the mnemonic butterfly program as a child. There was one by the key of the animals that tipped scientists off that knowledge came to pass genetically. The mnemonic program is based on Illuminati Nazi goals to create the master race in part through genetics. If known can be passed genetically, which is it? Then it is important that parents be found and can pass the kinetic knowledge onto those victims selected for the mnemonic mind control. The primary important factor for the trauma-based mind control is the ability to disassociate. And they did that on to me and my brothers and sisters. My mum went through that too as a kid. It was discovered that this ability to pass genetically from generation to generation. And that's what they did to my children too. And they're adults now. American Indian tribes who had traumatized ritual dances and who would wait among terraces for hours when hunting children of something in India, he would sleep on a bed of nails or walk on hot coals. Children of, quotes, those skilled in yoga would have total control over their body in trance. Tibetan Buddhist children often, quotes, who they are, and other groups have a good ability to disassociate. Children of multi-generational abuse are also good at dissociation. The Illuminati families are European occultists, went to India and Tibet to study occultism and Eastern philosophy, and these Europeans learnt yoga, tantric yoga, meditations and trances, and other methods to disassociate. And these skills are passed on to their children via genetics. A test is run when the children are about 18 months old to determine, that's sick, isn't it? To determine if they can dissociate enough to be selected for the program or not. Mind control slaves are created for different purposes, hierarchy or non-hierarchy purposes. The Illuminati create mind control slaves who are functions within the Illuminati hierarchy. These slaves will usually have their genealogics hidden, if I pronounce that right, and will be created to have excellent cover lives to ensure that they are not detected, and they will be given multifunctional programming and will usually be used for help program other slaves. The abuse will not be physically visible, as it will be on the bodies of slaves who are not born to be part of the Illuminati elite. Members of Moroni, the Illuminati Luciferian elite, will have undergone as much trauma as their slaves. However, the torture scars and the control are better concealed. These children will often receive lavish experiences as well as talks to be convinced them that they are part of the elite. By the way, body scars will show up better under black light. That is the same black light that's used in clubs. The Illuminati and the other associations have also programmed individuals who are simply expendable. These are sex slaves who are used up and killed, no disrespect to the language here, very early in life. One-time use saboteurs, breeders, soldiers, drug carriers, couriers, and so forth. The bodies of these people will often show visible torture scars. That's really terrible. The expendable are the children of parents who were blackmailed into turning their children over to the CIA. That's in America. This is also hidden by the power of the National Security Act. I don't know which one they refer to, whether it's in America or in parts of the world. There are children who have been sold by paedophilia fathers, allegedly. Well, this is what the author says of certain other subjects. I won't quote on this channel. The programming masters program them with the expectations that they will be thrown from the freedom train when they get to the age of 30 years of age. Really? Freedom train is code word for the demonic trauma-based mind control to be thrown from the freedom train means to be killed off. Bloody hell. The CIA and the Illuminati are skilled in blackmailing parents to give up their children, and they would watch the mail for the certain subject. I can't repeat certain words here, and other certain terminology in this book. No, I can't repeat certain things on this channel. They do not cooperate by selling their children into mind control slavery. In return for parents' cooperation, they are provided with rich financial rewards. For the parents, it's clearly a case of if you don't cooperate, you lose the life big time. If you do cooperate, you'll win big time. Ministers are often set up with betas, a sexual model, who will then blackmail them, and the ministers do not want to lose their status, profession via their scandals. They will agree to turn their children over when they're young to the CIA to work with them. Oh my gosh. The Illuminati like to blackmail those ministers when they are finished with their seminary schooling and committed to the ministry at about 33 years of age. The idea having nothing to fall back on after they have committed their entire life to one profession or too much for these weak men, and they buckle under the threats, and if they don't, they have committed their own entire lives. They buckle under the resulting consequences, remove them from ministry. The type of father who is most preferred by the programmers to offer their children for the programming is a certain one that does certain sexual things. Oh my goodness me. If a father will abuse its own, you know what, then the programmers know that the man has no conscience. Very demonic and evil. The father involved criminal activity and therefore vulnerability can be increased, and they want men who they will believe will develop any qualms later, will not develop any qualms later. This is bloody disgusting. Since this book, given the recipe for how to create a modern slave, you have to cover the distinction between slaves within the Illuminati and those slaves and functions outside the Illuminati hierarchy. It's important to stress that the label monarch is used in this book as a generic sense. The modern trauma-based mind control for taking place. However, the Illuminati mind control say was technically in the monarch records or out of actual monarch programming. Let me go back up. The Satanist network is involved with all this for years. This is chapter 1 of the book. Back. I did not know any of this till 2018. Oh, where am I? Hold on, we're back to the page I was on. So this is the book on the Illuminati Mind Control Slavery by Wayne Morris, January the 4th, 1998. And it's international connection, and it goes into reference. Morning, welcome to the International Connection. This is a show in the radio series The Mind Control over the next 3 shows, and it quotes what it is there. Formulation of the book, an interview with the author, and it goes into more depth. And I had no clue none of this. All of this existed. And it's a script of the interview, and I just, as I said, clicked on the link to the book. It goes into reference to previous history, to George Bush, President Carter, goes into a lot more. Now it goes into the Trilateral Commission on, it goes into really deep stuff, which I won't cover here, because I think it's not the right to do at all. Yes. 15 playbacks, you say, what do you think they have to monitor what I do? Because I'm just like anyone else trying to survive this nightmare. So, I'm just like anyone. Yet, I'm also aware the physical control of the mind was, this is Agenda 2050, right? The document I found, the ultimate. See if I can find it. The transhumanism. This is the Russell's bloodline that goes into Illuminati. Let me just go see if that was that one. I found this in archives. I found that the Mormon leadership. This is 2003 article, and I found by chance the links that the original founder of the Mormon and the bloodline goes back a long time ago, is linked to the New World Order subject and Freemasonry. I had no clue that I was part of the occult, and nor did my late mum. She thought those 2 people knocking on her door all those years ago, when I was a young girl, were of a true Christian nature. It wasn't. It was part of a cult. I got out when I was 16, 17, and that's where my life went the way it has been ever since, because they didn't want that. There's about 50, how many? About eight men, all trying to psychological, pull me down the shred, so to speak. Excommunication. What for? What? Because I chose to leave. So they tried to work on my mind. I didn't work, because I made a bloody good life for myself as a young girl growing up, and just got on with things. But they didn't like it, did they? So my ex-army brother, they worked on every one of my members of the family. My elder brother, who ex-army, they worked on infantry. Don't know what they did to him in the army, but he found a lot of stuff out and he couldn't say, so he obviously made sure my other brother got trained in this sort of programming, NLP. Then they worked on my sister, who is very well trained in the mind. That was through my older brother. My other sister, she married into money, so she didn't have to work for nothing. And she just kept quiet and just went along with the mind. They're taught not to ask questions, you know. And they really do, each to their own, believe. They've got some really good morals to start with. What I was taught anyway, growing up. Yet when you do the rituals in their temples, which I did when I was a young girl, I didn't even know what I was doing. I thought it was all normal. So this is a website, as I said, the Bloodline Families. It goes back, there's a history of the Mormon religion was really the high right of the Freemasonry, and explains why when the Mormons went to Utah, the Mormons held Masonic schools and scalped nations of Mormons Masonic schools. So I don't know none of this. I did not know not all of this at all. So I don't know if it's English or another language. It's quite detailed read. It goes into specifics. And my mum, bless her heart, what she went through. You see, the Grandmaster, I married a 33-degree Mason many moons ago, and I had no idea about all this. Years ago, somebody tried to get the yearly book of the Freemasons published. I got hold of a book, I don't know where it is now, but years ago, I found that my ex-husband was one of the main figures of the local lodge. So the Illuminati and Satanism goes into that. So yeah, it's quite astonishing when you find things out about your own upbringing that you didn't know you're part of, what it's really about. And it's about the Mormon connection, you see. I thought, what? It can't be. And when you read up the history and the facts, they call it LDS for sure. But the world, you know, when they're behind, you know, the history to date, it's just what, you know, the world, what? You can't believe it. You go into the summary of it all, and it's like, what? Everything I was taught? Really? No way. And it's like, and they've got the connections with 13 bloodline families. And it's like, I mean, all that sort of thing you do as a kid and teenager, you're growing up into it all, and you think it's all normal until you get out of it and you find what life is meant to be about. And then you find your way in later in life. It's very cold. Coldness has come over me right now. The Guard of Freemasonry exposed. I mean, I'm not here. If you want to be a member, do what you want. It's up to the individual of your soul. But if you want to go in the dark occult of Cain, you could not be baptized in the Mormon Church for the longest time. Blacks were not acceptable at all. Now, I didn't know about my father's gene. I didn't know nothing about his side of the family and where they come from until years and years later. It all just came slipped out from my mum's side before she passed. So I always wondered why they wanted to do the experimentation. I mean, like the genealogy side, why it was so heavily involved in all that. So and when they went into like Cain and Abel, and so let me just have a look what they say on this part. The first ruler saw the female virgin standing with Adam, and saw that the luminous afterthought had shone forth within her, and it goes in. Let's have a quick nose through this. The first ruler defined her and begot of her 2 sons, the first and the second, and it quotes who they are, and the face of a bear, and it goes into specifics. I'm just skimming through. And water and earth, and it called them by the names Cain and Abel, trickery in your mind. And to the present day, sexual intercourse which aligned, is it? From the first ruler has remained, and in the female who belonged to Adam, it showed a seed of desire, and by sexual intercourse it raised up birth and image of the bodies. It supplied with some of its counter spirit, and it established the 2 rulers in charge of realms, so that they ruled over the cave, whatever that meant to me. It's scriptures such as one above design how Eve was. Something happened to her, I won't repeat the word. And it was by the serpent in order to bear Cain and Abel, and even supplied her with some of his evil or counterpart spirit. Many aspects of the Cenarian text also suggest it was Enoch, E-N-K-I, who was physically intimate with his creation. Really? In the Bible version, it specifies that Eve had help from the Lord with her first 2 sons, Cain and Abel. No, I don't know if it's true. I'm just looking at the article. And the 3rd son, Seth, it was Adam who became the father of a son, who was at least his father's likeness, and it goes into scriptures, quotation. And she bore Cain, saying, I have gotten a man with the help of the Lord. And again she bore his brother Abel. And then when Adam had lived 130 years, he became the father of a son in his own likeness, after his image, and named him Seth. According to these scriptures, the importance of Cain was that he was directly produced by E-N-K-I and K-Ebek, can't pronounce the word. So his blood was 3/4 what? Anunnaki. A-N-U-M-A-K-I, while his half-brothers, Abel and, I can't pronounce the names here, known as Abel and Seth, were less than that of half Anunnaki, being the offspring, in brackets, Adam and Eve. Cain's Illuminati blood was so advanced that it was said that his half-brother Abel's blood was earthbound by comparison. It was related in the scriptures that Cain rose far above Abel, so that his brother's blood was swallowed into the ground. But this original description was thoroughly misinterpreted for the modern Bible, which now claims that Cain rose up against Abel and spilled his blood upon the ground. And this is not the same thing at all, it claims in this article. In the truth, Adam and Eve, as the creation of these gods, were 2 races of people, and not specific individuals, Adam and the Eve. Thus the first race of people that were shared through Eve were bred by the gods from what? Artificial insemination, and not by physical sexual means. Question mark on that one. And this led to the sons Cain and Abel being genetically altered to the anarchy's needs are not randomly assessed genetically, as would be typical of a human birth. Had the face of a bear making him black, the face of a cat, a Persian cat, making him white. This occurred 230.000 years ago during the first experimentation of ENKI to create a worker race. Really? This is the time as stated, and it creates specific research has found that all races seem to have stemmed from the one common mother, Eve. The earliest true human being in Africa, Homosapien, dates from more than 200.000 years ago, a hunter-gatherer capable of making CRUDE stones, tools, and banded together with others to form specific groups, quotes what they are. Eventually those SA peoples spread throughout the African continent. District races dated from approximately 10,000 BC and gradually growing NEROID population, which has mastered animal domestication, can't pronounce this, in agriculture, I think, forced the same groups into the less hospitable areas. Cain killed Abel because they were different, one black, one white. Really? Cain indeed was the black son of Adam and Eve, the black race of offspring as suggested by the Mormon religion. Really? Who had always looked upon being black as a mark of Cain. Really? Abel was the white son, the white offspring, as it were. A war broke out between the two races, and for the first time as humans of a common origin on this planet post Anunnaki. A war was fought between these two races. Now look at the two sections of these quotes. Only in reverse order. It's supplied that some of the counter-spirit with trickery in mind and the trickery caused by these alien gods. Really? Was to breed jealousy and prejudice between the two races, that they might always be at war with each other, and divide and conquer. A way to make sure that these gods could always remain in power against the warring races. When we use this term blacken here, it is of the darkness of the skin that might be found among many Middle Eastern tribes, rather than the blackness of the African skin. Mormons are very strict in having their followers research genealogy. Yeah, they always have, and always remember that. At one time, if you had the blood of Cain, you could not be baptized into the Mormon church. Well, I was baptized, so it's claimed I hadn't. For the longest time, blacks were not accepted in at all, and now in places such as Brazil, where the Mormon religion is spreading quickly. This is time in the article. It's asked of the new members to prove their genealogy that these black lines, in order to even equality. If they had any black blood in them, they were not allowed to baptize. It's different now, of course. Joshua paid heed unto Abel and his offering, and unto Cain and his offering he paid no heed. So Cain was very resentful. The race of Cain was a race of farmers, and the race of Abel was a race of sheep herders. The monarchy became a race of meat eaters. As anything else would here on earth, they preferred the race of Abel's offspring of meat. What? Offspring of meat over the race of Cain's offering of grain. Hence the can't pronounce that word, of flesh sacrifices and prescribed from them on. Really? Really? This created a great jealousy of the race of Cain and began the war between the two. Cain came upon his brother Abel and killed him. So Joshua put a mark on Cain, so that whatsoever shall find that him should be. Let's have a look. I think it's worth people to make their own mind up. You need time to actually research and look at if you want to. I don't think it's for me to read out this at all. Go back to original page. Just check. Not for me to actually say anything about it. It's not for me to say anything about this. No, it's not for me to say anything. If you want to research things, it's up to individual, I think, to actually, as I said, there's an interesting book, and that's what you can find. Right, for now, I'm going to mute this.
we're not dealing with the Trinity. Okay, God is speaking to his heavenly host, the family that already exists. He says, I got a great idea. Is speaking to let's create the family that already exists who are like us on the earth. Let's we got this neat family here, and I love it. Love you guys. And I'd like to do it again. On this time, they're going to be a little weird because they're going to have bodies. That's a little strange, a little restricted, some limitations there. But let's do that. Now, we know, and I'll probably click out to a little bit later, that because it switches back to the singular, when God does create humanity, he is the lone creator. There are no other creators. But the plural is still there for a reason, and we'll talk about that. I want to take a bit of a rabbit trail, though, and talk about what the image is, because this is something that Stovall and I have had a number of conversations about. This is really important. And it's something that if we get a grasp of this, it will inform our identity, and not just our individual identity, but our collective identity in ways that might seem to the ear obvious, but in our culture are anything but obvious. The image of God has these characteristics in Scripture. Male and female possess it equally. It makes us distinct from all other earthly creatures. There's no hint in the text that we get it in stages, incrementally or partially. You either have it or you don't. There's no growth and development into the image in a human sense here in the creation. And it's passed on generationally. When Adam and Eve have children in Genesis 5, their children are said to be in the image of their father, image of Adam, his own image. In Genesis 9, that language is applied to every human being. Whosoever sheds man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed.
Having a meeting
the image
for the
of
end
God,
of this year.
he
At the
made
conclusion of that
man.
meeting, something very significant is announced. In advance, like we do, what will be announced after this meeting.
Hey, it's Dan. Welcome back. You're watching I And I am the Huntington Beach people, and there are so many container ships out here. And there's been some great stories that I want to share with you. But now, more than ever, I believe this is totally manufactured. I believe that there are not normal ways. It's not just a labor thing. It is absolutely manufactured. And I think China's behind it personally. But, I want to cover this and do it with great detail. But take a look at these ships out there right now. There are more ships than ever. It is growing by the week right now, and it is absolutely preposterous to think that this is just a labor shortage in California. Now, before I get into it, we're going to cover a lot today. Please take a second to the like button. Please hit that bell notification so you get notified on everything we're doing, and share with all your friends and colleagues. But China just announced we have a problem. They're not going to buy jets from Boeing. Boeing is missing out at tens of billions of dollars in orders from China that they're not going to pay for. From the last administration, they agreed to make these purchases, and now they're not returning phone calls. Okay? So kind of ridiculous. Here's the part about this is that as we have these right now, it's not, they go to marine factor and check out. Okay? But here's the thing. Are starting to back up as well. Now, that makes no sense. Why is the Anchorage, Alaska port backed up for the first time ever? Okay? And this manufactured is not. This is something sinister that's being done to us. That's what I believe at this point. So It is completely ridiculous to think that it's a labor shortage. You know, the average longshoreman here.
Hold on, what was that? Did you play the links I posted earlier? Yes, I did, May. Thank you. This link I put up, man said UK has no gas shortages. That's right. Since they own the petrol, they are reducing supplies to raise prices. Yes, absolutely. That's 100% spot on, May. Absolutely spot on. That's what they're doing, and today now they're claiming to bring the Ministry of Defence in England to do the driving of lorries to distribution of the petrol to the petrol courts. But what I noticed was the Shell, BP, these big corporations that run a lot of these chains in England, and they're part, you know, the bigger picture is deliberately. And it's all part of the Agenda 2050, the future of the electric cars. I mean, the document I found was quite long, and the book of the transhumanism with Agenda 2050. It is the transhumanism linking of the mark of the beast, you know, all that, everything's interlinked. So, on Alternative Telegram app, I can't listen to it all the time because it's my data, but I will try and work out how to get it up on this computer while I'm being hacked to listen in that way somehow. I'll figure a way out. But yeah, let me just play the video what you shared. This is the video. Yeah, so the military, it's to get the psychological tactics, allegedly, I'm going to put alleged for my protection. The demonic entities are placing a load of horrible things in my home after home invasion. Headaches are really bad, so I've just had to, my mate's just literally finished in my slow cooker meal, so I'm a bit late. I'll try and settle down for a couple of hours and then BS again. So, my son was going to try and get up to see me on my birthday. I knew it wouldn't happen, and again, I saved it all year for my birthday to just a hotel room for the night. It was really nice. I really just needed that break. So there's a film actually. I don't know if you ever come across it. I need to find a link or something called. I've got the actual disc called Children of Men. It was made many years ago, but it's set in the future for England, where every port's closed. That's in England. In Kent, you've got Dover, Hastings, all the main ports or coastal areas in England is closed. And the script of the movie is very good, but it also had that people couldn't bear children, and it was rarity for a coloured woman to have a child in the movie, and there was a civil war outbreak. You had the segregation of the north. Every area of England was bordered off, you know, so you had your north bordered off to the south. You had Scotland as usual, but even Wales, that's usual. It was like going back in history in the old days. So Cornwall originally was only linked to England mainland by originally it was you had to use a boat for transport, but it was linked up with a bridge all those years ago. As being from that area, I did all my history, so I knew about that. So the movie was really about that, literally cutting people off, and like with the lockdowns, it just reminded me of that movie. I would try whenever I can. At the moment, everything's like happening all again at once. So I need my body, my spiritual energy to keep going, like anybody, in the ways things are happening. So yeah, it was a video link, and again, I'm watching for those signs. Yeah, he is definitely demonically being. There's a lot of things I can't mention here, but anyway, what you've been saying for a long time is a lot of it's with my family side, especially. It's a lot of it, but also what's happening to him and what he's going for. I'm trying to warn him about the, certain medical offers, if you know what I mean, for the sake of his child. She's coming up for 5 this year. Things that's been happening to me is now happening to him. Not exactly the same yet, not intensifying yet, but in ways, I thank goodness he doesn't know half the things I know, just put it that way. But yeah, he hasn't been able to be there for me because the technology, what they're doing on him, what they've been doing on me for so long, they're doing on him. But I'm also aware how they can get to people, you know. Anyway, let me just play this without me talking. Let's play it all the way through. Allegedly, the cargo ship crisis manufactured created a supply chain nightmare. 3 days ago, we travelled up the coast of Port of Los Angeles to see all backed up cargo ships. These ships are waiting to enter the port to get unloaded. It gets worse by the week. Our company is collapsing before your eyes. This is where I was sent a link. It's got another website. I think that's his website. Does your business need money? Ironwood offers funding for businesses through the US. Unlike banks, we operate very quickly and only need very limited documents. I think here we go with the crypto. I have 2 minds about the digital currency, digital anything is all linking up to the cyborg type, futuristic, sci-fi type movies. It's all in there, isn't it? Anyway, let me just play the video.
Here in California, it makes $95,000 a year, okay? No college degree. Yeah, they have to join a union, la 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 la, okay? But these are people that can be out there unloading these containers and make $95,000 a year plus the overtime, all the benefits. It's absolutely insane that these people are at a loss for employees right now. So I'm not buying it. So we're going to cover a lot today. We're going to go up the coast. I'm going to show you quite a bit. Please share your thoughts on this, guys. I want to know exactly what you think about this. But, as I sit here, that I can count from the edge of the pier, 25 ships right here. So again, some of these have thousands of containers on them, but share your thoughts. We've got a lot of the national news and different things that we're going to report, but this is absolutely preposterous that this is some type of labor shortage. Okay, I'm not buying it at all now. Now, first things first, Goldman Sachs has just lowered the projection for GDP growth in China to zero.
Huh?
Zero. Got it? Okay. It was originally anticipated to be 1.2% in the third quarter. Now they're saying there's going to be zero growth for China. They have a real problem with energy right now. Getting coal, getting fuel, getting energy to different factories. There are many factories that are shut down, including some of the factories that work on the Apple iPhone and work for your beloved Tesla. So this is a real problem for China. And again, because we don't get any truthful stories out of them, we won't know exactly what's going on, but they'll tell us how fabulous everything is and that nothing to worry about. But again, Goldman Sachs has lowered it to zero for the third quarter. They've also lowered lowered the year-end GDP by almost 3% as well, to less than 5% for the year. So, share your thoughts on this. Are you guys, is this something you guys anticipated? Is something you're seeing? But again, when Goldman Sachs does this, it's real. There's a real problem over there in China, and I'm curious as to what you guys think about it. Share your thoughts on it.
Want to know the best way to potentially make a big income online? It's by making lots of small income.
Now, I'm about a mile north of the pier at this point, still in Huntington Beach, but the number of ships here has increased exponentially that you can see from shore. Take a look. Now again, guys, it's ridiculous. Another talk about is Postal Service just announced that there's going to be massive delays in shipping packages across the country now. Everything's going up in price dramatically. Here's the other thing, is that there could be a 61% increase in price for packages just because of the holidays. So as of mid-October to the end of the year, there's going to be a major price increase, plus they're going to take 5 days to deliver regular first-class mail. Now, here's the thing. They're saying that it won't affect normal letters, and it only will affect about, 49% of magazines, but the rest of it should be normal, okay? Again, what to believe, but small packages that you buy, Amazon, things like that, they're going to be delayed up to 5 days now. So get ready for that. Guys, I'm 4 miles north of California, and you can see how the number of cargo ships has exponentially increased. There are half a dozen out there. I can't even tell you that there are.
Bloody heck.
Now, once again, as you see things like this with all ships, we are reminded this morning of the UK and how their gas stations are. One of the business ministers, Kwasi Kwarteng, was saying how their backup fleet is going to be delivering gas to gas stations. Now, understand this, guys. This is the home of British Petroleum. There is no gasoline shortage in the UK. This is manufactured. I do not believe it, but we're supposed to believe that the civilian fleet is now going to resolve everything and deliver gas when it was needed to these gas stations that in the outlying metro areas that don't have fuel right now. So again, no gas in England, running dry, home of British Petroleum, and 50 cargo ships in front of me. Okay, it's ridiculous. Okay. What is happening right now? Share your thoughts. I want to know what you guys think right now. Okay? Now, I've moved up the coast more, and I am in a city called Long Beach. I'm at a place called Park, and the reason why they call it that is that it's this big, long stretch of park overlooking the ocean. Now, I'll zoom in, but there are... I can't even count. On the weekend, the place is packed. The grass is completely full. Kids, families, everything. It's free. Ocean Boulevard in Orizaba, but you can see the boats out there. It's really nice, But you've got all the container ships waiting to enter the port of Los Angeles, and They're out a little further than you've seen earlier today, just because they're making the turn to come in. But let's take a look at how many we can see out there. Now, one thing hearing from over and over and over again is Fed President Powell. Now, think about this. He made a statement today, got the interview from CNBC, where he said inflation will continue into 2022. And they said, well, how do you feel about that? It's frustrating. So remember, inflation is transitory. It's no big deal. It's going to moderate. That was what he said yesterday. No, now it's going to continue into 2022, and it's going to be frustrating, people. So you're going to have, inflation be frustrating on food or the gas bill right now, and frustrated. This guy's a clown. It's terrible. And again, there's no concrete studies continuing into 2022. So it's kind of a cool place. Long Beach is known for its high rises like this, and then you've got the beach and the older houses. But share your thoughts on this. Are you guys frustrated by inflation? Everybody's absolutely getting by it. And again, we're getting these buzzwords from Jay Powell. Jay Bone is telling us it's going to be frustrating because it's going to go into 2022 now. Okay? He sees it easing eventually, but it's not. So share your thoughts on this, guys. I really want to know what you think about all this. Now, this is the Port of Los Angeles. You've got all these container ships. That's the Vincent Thomas Bridge. And I was lucky enough to be let on the dock. From the rest, this is the boat that people take to Catalina. And you can see all of the container ships that they're unloading. And again, thousands of containers. All these different ships. Look at that evergreen. It's absolutely massive. Unbelievable. And they're doing this, 24 hours a day now. Get caught up. And look at that. Look at the thousands of containers that are out there. Now here's the crazy thing. Right there, those are all empty containers. Another angle of this. It's just unbelievable how bad this is. Got the Vincent Thomas Bridge behind me. I'm in the Catalina Express loading area. You can hear the traffic from the bridge, but also behind me is all traffic with loading and unloading containers. Some of these ships hold thousands of containers. And if you were struggling to lose it's absolutely amazing to think that 90 ship
holding your breath still, you the fire will just.
This is not going to be unloaded anytime soon. This is going to take forever. It's just crazy, okay? So, again, is it just a labor shortage, guys? I don't think so. I think that there's much more to this. Now, another bit of news on CNBC. The National Restaurant Association did a survey with 4,000 of its restaurants, asking them, and the things I want to cover with you are this. Is it better now than it was just 90 days ago? Things are opening up again. Remember, guys, things are getting better. Over half the restaurants said the conditions are worse.
Can you see it?
Only 9% of them said that things are better right now than they were. Guys, only 9%. Other than like small restaurants, the family runs it. Those are the ones that right now because I want to support them. But those are the ones with the good service and the good food. Lately, this is horrible, guys. What we're seeing such awful service from the national chains. It's only getting worse right now. So let's take a look at this behind. You can see that. I mean, just how big
As
these
big.
areas are that they're loading and unloading.
The sound bad
So
quality.
the other thing is that the possibility that these restaurants can be fined for labor violations. Now, nobody wants to get fined, nobody wants to break the law, but the Restaurant Association is really concerned about these pending $50,000 and $100,000 fines for labor violations. Because let's face it, you're a one-man band who owns a pizza place, you do a labor violation, and you could be out of business with one fine. So they're trying to stop that. They're trying to get the Biden administration to do something about that. And most likely they're not. So, again, this very historic bridge. Okay? But guys, in addition to the containers that are being unloaded from China, now think about this. These have to get someplace. Once you unload one of these containers, they don't just get unboxed right here. They've got to be driven place or be put on a train and then delivered. Okay? These people are weeks away from getting their product, at least a week, I would say. But when you see how big these massive container ships are, it's unbelievable to think about the backlog. And, you know, people, I mean, how long will it take 90 ships to catch up? I don't know. Share your thoughts, guys. I really want to know what you think about this. I want you to look at this because once a container ship is empty, and you've got the empty containers, there are thousands, tens of thousands now of these empty containers. You're not shipping anything back to China. Nothing is going back to China right now. Do you guys see the size of this? Look at how big they are. They're just absolutely massive. Look, they're grabbing a container right now.
I'm not raw.
When you see ships like this, and you look at the size and the enormity and the number of containers, it's going to take days, if not a week, to unload that container ship. Okay? And you can sit there and say it's a labor shortage, whatever. Okay?
No, it's
But
not.
there's so many ships.
It's done by design.
Ships backed up. I'm trying to show you guys the enormity of this, but it's not just a labor shortage. I don't believe that.
No,
This is the port where the cruise ships normally come in, and I've seen at times when they've used this to unload ships as well, and they're not doing it right now. So what gives right now? Okay, why are they not doing this? Why are they not using every possible square footage 24 hours a day for that? It's really, I'm really curious about that.
drive too long because of this. Get prepared.
There are tens of thousands of empty containers sitting here in the port that we are not sending back anywhere, guys. Another massive ship getting unloaded at a snail's pace. Once the ships are unloaded, put on semis and driven away like this.
Get the silver, cash in the notes if you can, and get small amounts of silver coins and things as well. Go to Coke shop.
This is what thousands of containers look like empty right here. All you crypto people are going to love this next story. Jason Stewart, the mayor of Cool Valley, Missouri, has got a town of 1,500 people. He saw the value in cryptocurrencies and wanted to figure out a way to give everybody $500. He did much better. He's going to give every resident of the town, 1,500 of them, $1,000 in Bitcoin each. He told this to Bitcoin Magazine and Cointelegraph. The stories below. But again, the guy's giving out $1.5 million in Bitcoin to bring up the community. It's going to be interesting to see how this works out when it gets delivered. But again, I know that the crypto people out there are yelling, "Oh, isn't this fantastic? It's great." So, share your thoughts on this.
Who controls
Do you know of anybody that's in
Bitcoin?
Cool
Look
Valley,
into
Missouri,
it.
that's getting $1,000
The
for doing
monetary
nothing?
system.
I think it's
Thomas.
great. Call it stimulus, call it whatever you want. He calls it a way of stimulating the town. So
Control.
it'll be interesting to see what happens with this. Do you read Bitcoin Magazine? Do you read Cointelegraph? These two magazines I found in regards to the crypto space. So share
My
your
son
thoughts,
is
guys.
trading in Bitcoin and digital
There are so many
currency.
container ships out here. It's crazy.
And mine is digital
I hope you
virtual
guys
money.
enjoyed this video covering the ports and the news. It is anticipated that there are 500,000 containers that are on those ships out there.
Yeah.
500,000. You can check out the story below that'll cover that. It's absolutely crazy. Now, we're going to end this video with some terribly bad news, and that is that bacon prices have gone up in the last 12 months about 28%. Absolutely skyrocketed in price. You can read the story below on that.
And the reason why they're doing that, also, the document I read, is to get everybody in a plant-based diet, well, plant-based food, to get rid of meat altogether. So if you're vegetarian, you're not bothered. But those who are used to eating meat, I don't eat that kind of meat per se. If you want to look into alternatives, soya meat, you can get into health food shops. You want to look into wherever you live in the world, to look into, this is like an artificial meat, but it's more healthier. But artificial, it's not artificial per se, it's just made of nutrients, different kind of plant-based ingredients, and it tastes the same. Soya meat, okay, like mince meat, for example. And if the grid doesn't go down, you can actually store that and make different meals out of it. So I was raised in that regard, and look at alternatives to meat, flavourings. But yeah, this is planned. The document is quite 30 odd pages long. It details how they've been doing this. Leading up, this is nothing new. It was all in the pipeline, but it's like anything, you don't want to hear the reality of all this. Thanks for the link, by the way, Mo, and what you're doing, sharing information out. Okay, so they want people to get scared, panic. Okay, so south of England, for example, they did that. People were cherry cans for the cars. These were in M25 in England, which is South England. My son lives down that way, more further south in a village. Okay, so he needs this car to take my granddaughter to school and back because bloody X is doing, and you know, not very good. Anyway, he explained to me that it's a commuter route for people going in and out to work, but this is what they want. They want, excuse me, look at it this way, go back into the first lockdowns in 2020 for England, for example. They wanted people to start working at home, right? The track and tracing, okay? Now, when you know certain subjects of which I've studied, and economically, for example, the monetary system, the people behind the monetary, formulation, especially Bank of England and the history of it to date. It's all by control. Now, they want to get rid of, in the documents, they want to get rid of the monetary system per se. It's paper notes, it's promises to pay. I promise to pay the bearer on the demand of the sum of whatever's printed on the note. Now, when you learn these elite families that go to whatever establishments to educate on how to autograph a promissory note, And when you research a prompts, it's just like it's because I don't want to cloud the issue of this particular video and most sent in. It's the promise. I did acceptance of value once and I did a prompts note and it worked, and that was a long time ago. I haven't done it as much recently because of my health, but these demonic, in my opinion, the Luciferian agenda and the demonic and the Freemasons, they know, and some of them know, I assume they know anyway, how you can discharge the offer. And to go to the digital currency is mining. It's just, if the grid goes down, you don't have the internet, you don't have electricity, you won't be able to use a monetary system or digital currency. Okay? You won't be able to heat your home or anything like that. So you need things to barter with. So you go back in history and look at videos, why you still can, or even books, or even anything, if you can print things out and read up. I've always kept books, certain books for a certain reason. I did wonder why I've always been rather read the hard paperbacks rather than online. I've noticed old videos from a while ago about how this is all how all this is to create, oh, how can I put it, if you just go and watch some videos and just look at the subject of straw man, because it's the same terminology, it's the same concept in commerce and business worldwide. Doesn't matter what currency. Now, when you're looking at currency and docks, like I was talking about, these cargo, the ships cannot dock. But when you look at maritime law, and it's mainly law of the sea, okay, currency, it's really to do with commerce and business, okay? So to control humanity per se on this earth, the documents I read was control the food supply chain, depopulation agenda, how to do that. People already know how they're doing that, okay? Then the monetary system, then the conquer and divide, then turn one against the other. What does it say? I'm not an expert in scriptures at all, but the point being is, isn't that somewhere in the book of Revelation, particular scriptures, end of days, terminology? Now, what I was raised knowing for a long time, luckily, is making do. I'll share that video. There's a lot of other stuff I know about. I might try and do a couple of videos, really depend what BS I'm getting here. Some basic tips, because fear is what these demonic entities feed off, is the energy, the really negative energy of the soul. And if you give them that energy, then you're not able to prepare spiritually or practically. Even doesn't matter what your budget is and what your circumstances are. I found that out a long time ago. When I listen into these chats on Telegram app, on some of these people are just concentrating on the medical side, if you know what I mean, on that subject, and then they diverse the conversation into what's going on to their countries around the world. So one picks up tips, information that way, which you won't hear or know whether you use whatever social media platform you use. But this particular app, I'm sure powers that be are listening in, and they're just waiting. And in one of the documents, right, it said it's using Australia as a testing ground for the globalist takeover of the communist antichrist world. And the words I read was just so clear. Because everything I was taught growing up, how to prepare for rainy day, just in case scenario, always was raised that way. Is here we are now. So I can only pass on little things I know from the 70s when I was a kid growing up. How to make do, you know. What my mum had to do, she had 5 kids on her own. But we were taught to have grown foods. For people that have known a lot of things for years, off-grid living, if you live in a city, town, I don't know what you call it, where you live in, if you're in different parts of the world, but in England, especially when you're targeted, there will not hesitate. Just be careful. Will not hesitate to do the ultimate setup. Like the other night, they were so blatant outside, the demons outside the window, to just a reminder, like, we're in control, sort of thing, in the area. Well, I don't give monkeys if somebody's got an 85,000 car and think they've got all the wealth in the world, inside information in the lodge or whatever, because I know what they have to do to get to that level. And they lost their souls a long time ago. They're demonic. So there's deception in every corner. And so England, for example, today now, it's going to be all over the media. I just wish my son wouldn't have a TV or not watch mainstream media. And he just hasn't done it. It's like if I needed to hire a van, somebody to help me box my things up, what I need to do, I can't give anything away. Because when you're, especially my situation around here, you know, before the lockdown it weren't too bad. I had savings, and if I was the man with the van, I could have hired, sorted things out then, I would have done. Yet, when you're targeted, they get through to companies and block your access. And that's always been the case. I gave a couple of things away I should have kept now, think about it. But even clothing, what you make do with, you can reuse clothing, wash your things out. But I don't know the mindset. If you look at, like, people live out cars, don't they? People are in tents already, are losing their homes, losing their jobs, losing their livelihood. So people got moral conscience and they don't want to take a certain offer, if you know what I mean, or the B word. Job. This is what's going on at the moment in all different parts of the world. And the document I read, they want the one, because the cars in my area, for example, the police cars are changed colour. It's a UN, United Nations, the Antichrist headquarters, the one in Jerusalem, don't they? The Antichrist. Oh, there's so many subjects linked into all this. The thing is, why this food and petrol and the immunities like that, it is being deprived. And now in England they've announced they want to put fluoride in the bloody water. Well, they've been doing fluoride in the water for years, nothing new. But if you, I'm not in a position to invest in £100 to distill a, you know, item. the cheaper the better. And you just think if you have to live out of your car, if you have to camp out, a backpack, first aid. I did some items I've got. I invested already. So yeah, like that guy is saying, even deliveries will be delayed. So if you're going to use the likes of, not promoting Amazon, but I bought some stuff through them, they came the next day because I paid the next day service. But the fact is, they come sometimes. They're ready. I know they're ready to go through the items. So I wanted to get a body camera for my safety. I got a mini camera, but that is too flimsy. I wanted a similar version that these security people use with a card in it. Just thinking ahead. But I thought, well, what's more important is food and water, isn't it? So I thought to myself, well, why pay for these energy companies? Yeah, at the moment, I'm always been ahead. 3 months ahead with my finances and plan ahead. I thought, well, this time round, my situation, for example, is slightly different to those that are not in the physical situation I'm in. So this is why I'm getting constant setups in that regard with housing, because they want to forcibly, unlawfully set me up so I'm out of here and into their system, so I'm forcibly being informed. So much is going on in that regard. So I have to train myself and learn certain subjects over the period of time to date to counter out these actions, and also on top be prepared on the practical sense. So I really don't even know a lot of these people wouldn't know what to do. Well, I would suggest in this area we have underground tunnels and they're still accessible. I wouldn't too, because my neighbour, a certain perpetrator, he had a new floor put in a while ago. One of the prepper channels suggested if you're going to get storage of stuff in, don't let anybody know what you've got, and don't always have it in the same place, and put stuff somewhere safe and lock away if you can. Store away, perhaps outside. And suggested also, I think you sent a link or somebody did. I'm not reading the chat at the moment. Anyone's saying anything? That book and the audio, I already knew of some information about if you are able in that position. It's looking a bit like I've got a book by the Amish community about herbs and natural remedies, and I wish to goodness I could get the plant and grow it, a lettuce plant, because it's a bit like going back to the Native Americans from America. If you look how they survived with the natural herbs, for example, and what they did, I wouldn't suggest going out hunting for animals in that regard, but they want to ban hunting as well. I mean, the document I read is like total control. This supply in England, they're going to scaremonger a lot more people that are not waking up. And it's like over here, they've created this area as a smart city already. The policies already, Agenda 2030. Some of the policies I've read is already 2050, the year. So the AI technology is already being developed. They transferred the companies meant to being efficient for these years for servicing my medical equipment, for example. It's over to a new company from October the 1st this year, which I wasn't even told about. And I had to research, and I researched them, and I found that they're an international company that are biometrics into that. They're portraying the public eye as something good, to for those that lost an arm or limb, arm or leg or anything, with the state of the art of replacement of artificial made replacement. And when I researched the company, I thought, well, this is part of the research company that hacks into my network, that is also when I do the software, seeing a lot of these companies, and that's just one of many. And they've got the contract for England, NHS England Limited, head office in Leeds in England, contracts out goods and services and business and commerce. And this is just one new company. And they've got offices in Asia, America, Canada, France, England. And they're ones meant, this is going to be just, what I'm going to say, if they are transferring this over to, everybody needs to transfer to use crypto, AI, everything to do with AI is to do with not just medical services will be integrated with everything like video. If you want to see your doctor, you're going to get a video link. They created a smart pill as well, and in that smart pill there's a miniature sensor. That's public knowledge. That was developed not long ago. I saw an article and it's from America. FDA's approved that. Won't be too long before they're suggesting it in England. So it's not great reading the document I read at all, because it's just like taken over. As soon as you get their smart technology in your body, you won't need soon your computers or your phones, right? Their headsets, they designed the technology. Oh gosh, it's just like a sci-fi movie, because they really want the transhumanism. They really want the technology so advanced, linking up. As the movie is Avatar, okay, the ultimate is to immortality for the luminous 13 bloodline family is to live immortality. They don't have any concept of God, spirituality. They just want to have the machines, the humans transformed, that your bio, your DNA transformed into transhumanism. And that's why the document was titled 2050. Go back on this channel, you'll see, I don't know, a couple of days ago, I tried to share the document information on it, and I was just constantly hacked. So, and I tried to share a screenshot of it to my son to warn him, because his mindset's heavily into crypto. You need to invest. I'm trying to warn them for the sake of his child. And I'm just trying to say, look, invest, no matter what happens with me, invest in your practical things. He's got the skills, he knows what to do, and if the shite hits a fan, he's in the countryside. So don't panic, like, when he claimed to wanted to visit me, he was panicking that night, and I've got no petrol, yeah, whatever. And then days later in the UK media, it was like people fighting each other, serious fights at forecourts or petrol stations, and it's all there's no need for it. And then you had these on the alternative media, people coming out in the chats to saying there isn't a shortage, and then they were trying to blame politically on the Brexit. I better check the chat. I'm not going to talk too much. I'm dropping everything. Bear with me. So this is America. Cargo ships crisis is manufactured, creating supply chain nightmare, and this is worldwide. I wish I will find eventually the document I found to help out. Let me just finish.
What would I do if the world took a turn for the worst? How would I handle myself? At what point does the protection of self, of life, and of liberty become a moment-by-moment story of survival? I'm reading to you here from last month's newsletter. It just went out a couple of weeks ago, and so everybody on our Patreon membership should have already gotten it. And we'll discuss the points here. As my oldest son read this newsletter, he likes to read them when they are the short stories. He said, "Dad, I didn't know that this was fake, or that it was fiction, until I got to the end."
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's video. We are in the field behind UK City Mountain in Coventry, which is UK City of Culture 2021. They've just received millions of pounds over last year for redevelopment into the city, to improve the city for businesses, for the city centre, to make the city more prosperous, basically. So we're going to start here, and if you look behind, this is IKEA Coventry, or should I say it was IKEA Coventry. This is one of the first casualties over this anchor store for Coventry, so it really isn't a good start. So I'm showing you today all the things that the media aren't showing you.
to start here then in City Arcade. This is one of the oldest shopping regions within the city here of Coventry. And this is going to be redeveloped at some point in the future. I'm not sure exactly, but I just want to show you just how extreme it is in terms of business closures here. You can see, and by the way, this is coming up to lunchtime on a weekday. You know, it's not as if this is a 5 a.m. on a Sunday morning or anything like that. And you can see just all the closures here. On the left here, this was a large business, and now it's been taken over by a charity. We also have a couple more businesses closed in front here then. And on the left side, a couple more that have gone. Another business has gone over there. And then into the corner there, we've got several businesses that are no longer here. Okay, that was really noisy, so I'll pause for a second there. And then on the right, we have more. Now, I'll tell you what I'm saddened to see. This butcher here has been going for decades, absolute decades, and it's actually gone, so it's collapsed. Look at that. Established since 1885 as well. Another business on the left.
Why don't you shopping online?
Another one on the right there.
That's why it's collapsing.
Okay, more here again. More decals. And they use these decals to fool people so that the business doesn't look empty. Okay, another one here. So you can see this is where they spent some of the money, the City of Culture money was spent here. And here's the centre. So this was a business actually that they took over. So you can see it says Coventry, UK, City of Culture. But look, it's empty. Where's all the people? More businesses here. So this in front now is the new anchor store, what they're calling for Coventry. It's a clothing shop called Primark. So this is where they spent some of the money actually, just opening up the city centre a little more. Because it used to be quite blocky before, so they just opened it up to get a lot more light in. Now this was one that I was surprised by, so we're coming up to it here. It says Top Shop, Top Man. This was always a booming business. This was just a business location that everyone wanted to have, this one on the corner here. And they've completely collapsed. So the whole business, like Top Shop business, has gone into administration, which I was very surprised by. I did not expect that. And then again, they spent some money here, actually opening all of this up, because again, there was a big escalator running, right in the middle of here, and all sorts of things. So they spent a lot of money just opening up the city centre here. You can see it's a little bit busier now. This is more what you'd expect with all of the, City of Culture and all the activities and everyone wanting to come and visit the city and see it. This is what you'd expect to see, a few more people around now. But again, even here, this is the city centre. That is the centre right in front of us there. There's businesses that have gone bankrupt here. You see,
It's showing the
right
city
there,
centre. No businesses around.
Another one just down there.
Oh, close. The same with a lot of the towns and cities.
watching a video, so I'm going to click them and share this with a friend. Now, on the left here, this is Arsenal to show the way the high street's going, because they still haven't found any tenant in however many years to take over this location here.
So basically, they're closing all these local businesses down, create big corporations, get people to eventually use crypto to buy everything online, which they control what you buy, and they will monitor exactly what you buy. But if you don't buy anything that's in eco-friendly or earth-friendly or plant-based diet, food-wise, then they will switch to the digital currency for the what they call it, they control the crypto system. Look in the history how the digital monetary system, especially in the invention. In England, they already designed a coin, a digital coin. So if you were right, they want everyone unemployed. You want to lose your jobs. So therefore you rely on the state. Then the state will be able to tell you what to do, how to do things, a bit like communist China, right? So you get credit scores, credit for this if you eat the right thing, if you play along with it, what they want, the good little two shoes, image. The document I read, it still details how they're doing it, bit by bit, all this wasn't overnight. It's all been planned. So the shortage of food and petrol is nothing. It's something, obviously, but it's a part of it. This closing down shops and businesses, implying, if you don't take the offer of, medically or vaccination document offer, digitally, by the way, then you won't be invited to go and shop, or work in certain establishments. I mean, it's not me saying it, it's all written in black and white a long time ago, and then a lot of people are only just waking up to the bigger plan. So this is why a lot of people for years are woken up to things and being off-grid. You got an off-grid prepper over in Alaska in America. I don't know how they manage to live like that, but they do. I wish I'd known this years ago. I wouldn't be living where I am, but sadly I didn't know none of this. So that video was just what you can see. You can go and look at yourself. That's just one of many. That's it for now. I'll play out with some beautiful music. There's so much going on. I stop screen now. So I don't know if I can find the documents where I'm gonna sneeze in a minute. Oh, one world currency, one world government, one world. Oh dear. Oh dear, this is me. Got now up my nose. So they don't, unless you have everything smart, which is all be linked into the human connection with the body. Unless you have Alexia, famous Alexia, everything you can imagine will be linked up to the 5G or things. They're already planning 6G, and look what they're doing to nature, killing the nature. They already designed robot nature. I mean, these videos and alternative media, I'm seeing this. It's just, they planned this a long time ago. So, again, they want fear, they want the vibrations low. Just the knowledge is important, and do what you can for your own situation, because who's going to survive more? Think about it. Alright, you got people homeless already, but they know how to survive in the weather, all sorts. They know how to try and find food and shelter. They know how to keep warm without electric or gas, because they don't have no homes. And then you look at people who, there is one, like people that choose to travel in their vehicle. Well, they don't want that anymore. I'll go back originally to the film. Go and just search for it if you want and watch it. The Children of Man. And it shows you once you read it, watch it, I should say, you will see what's going on in the world right in front of you, in the script, in the movie. So these movie mongrels, for so long, as playing the movie, for example, Avatar, famous Avatar movie, and that's telling you in your face what they've got planned for the transhumanism. They want the digital control. If you take their medical offer, right, how do you know it's not going to have something in it into mixing and change your DNA? So, just say. But I'm not here to mention anything about that. It's not on this channel. It's up to the individual to go and search for themselves, and up to them what they want to do. But in that subject, they're also causing conquer and divide. Already. The terminology they're using in mainstream media as well, and some alternative. And then in England, I hope the campaign group holding their meeting later will they have people that are speaking up, because civil liberties, where are they? Where's your human rights? Where's your God given rights? We're all naturally born with worldwide. Who tells another what to do? What authority? We don't deal with the flesh and blood, and that's the ultimate. And that is where we come back to the Antichrist. And that's where Mo and others, awaken to so much more, because this is demonic earth. It's about time it got cleansed, and the wrath of God, and it's like in the Moses era, the Great Flood, yeah. You really want to be prepared for anything, And when you look at those skies, I uploaded a video, go and check that one out, what I saw yesterday, of what the white sun, it's not an actual sun. I know exactly what's behind that bloody thing. And I saw my own two bloody eyes again today, yesterday now, and I just couldn't wait to get back home, got my basic supplies, and that was it. So, you demonic Luciferians, and with this is a great awakening of planet Earth, of so many wonderful souls worldwide that is aware of your dark agenda, for a long time, and you ain't gonna bloody win. This is a spiritual war, and your demonic entities are not going to win with the occultists. I tell you that now, because there's so many wonderful souls that are absolutely so empowered. And, that's all I have to say. I'm playing this out with something positive. And Mo and Tanya, take care. What happens later, I really go now. Gotta try and get some shut eye. And it ain't gonna be easy. This is a test on anyone's faith, anyone's soul. This is the ultimate, and the demonic entity, whatever you want to call it, is looking for those souls to settle their negativity. It's easier said than done when you get everything thrown at you, and but you see, you take it one thing at a time. So always trust your gut instinct. On that note, I'm ending the stream with a positive healing tones. And don't forget to get stuff you can use a barter with. Mine don't do scare stories. I'll go on fact. There we go.
Who's the boss?
I like the meditation one a lot. Strange. On that note, I'll leave this playing, and for those individuals that pop in, pop from powers that be. Wow, 47 playbacks. So Mo and Tanya's gone off, so take care Tanya, Mo, and now I've got to get some rest. But just for record, as soon as you mention anything like this, I've got to monitor what you do. the plans, people already know what's going on, and people are being prepared. Just be aware. Right. Yeah. 48 playbacks. What was the subject? I just mentioned about GI Life. I might put in the chat earlier. The links are in the description. Supplies less large cargoes go out to shores to raise prices. Is the inflation. Okay. And this is worldwide. And the plan is to control the food supply, energy supply, the big corporations. What I can find. You see, the Watchmen, the Illuminati, they planned for a long time all this. Nothing new. The technology. This is a book, The Ultimate on the Mind Control of Slavery of the Illuminati. The Illuminati formulation create to untouchable total of the mind. This is the author of, is an interview, but this is a book. And when you undetectable total mind control slave, there's quite a few chapters on how they're doing this in history today. And then, of course, if you want to look at the Revelations of Illuminati and what they explain, there's all these links, deeper insights to the it links to a lot of other subjects, and you got the Jewish camp, you know, they got the camps ready. So, an interview with a former Illuminati defector, 2012, and she talks about her life in it, and also including how the Illuminati's infiltrated US governments in the world and bringing about the New World Order. The interview was done in 2006, and the interview is a video, so I think you'll find this intriguing.
If we say you can become Subway.
Okay. So go and check it out. I'll stop screen sharing now. 23, 40, 4th, 10th, 21 Monday. I didn't hear you come in. Bloody cold. I'll keep it streaming. Yeah, I like. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, let's see when I say. Okay. Just going to do the research. Powers that be. Good day, good night.
Mm. Mm. Mm.
But No, you roll then, please. Your highest president for the Kurds wrote off You're not offering me any umbrella then, are you? You want me to get wet? I'm brothers and sisters. Clown. He's a clown. No, because I'm going back to the umbrella because I'm just... A long time ago this was, I remember finding it and from my test at a good time. I haven't done that since. Because obviously I know what's in No. Okay. I'll consider your performance as it looked with my way. I love the structure, but obviously doesn't make it complicated and massive That was done deliberately. Wake up to that noise. It's up and quite 2 in the morning. Hi, Tanya. Ain't gonna stop me, you perps. Demons. So my friend found the smell. A perp neighbour. Damaged parcel. Birthday parcel, eh? At this time of the morning. Well, my carer friend found and witnessed the tampering of the post. Yeah, really? You see, a particular family member would never do that. Didn't bother before now, and I know what that symbolises. I rise above it. You're not going to get my negativity. Yeah. Tanya often says 7-ish. She's in Australia with her. She knows what it's like. So rise above this with the sunshine. If looks in Scotland, unnatural sunrise. Survive spiritually to this demonic chaos in the world. This is Scotland. But they had to hack into the network about the streaming night picked up hours. Yeah. 8:20 in the morning, which is the sunrise. This is not natural in Scotland. So, taking silly buggers on me, eh? Bloody hell. My seat's been controlled. Frequencies are in
Upward living. Just get into research process.
wasn't I talking about my sister last night? Family members. Yeah, neuromonitoring. being attached in my sleep. That's like an artificial intelligence controlling my breathing. Okay. On that note, on that note, I shall end that. So.